So we'll start out here on the monthly, like we always do, and we can see. So we're still one time framing up on the monthly. At least that's how I'm calling it, right? Like we talked about, this is a 4 point difference here on these two lows, but 4 points on the monthly really doesn't change my mind. So still trading above last month's high, which was the 42.38 half, right? That's going to be a key level if we do get a pullback, that we'll want to monitor it, because as we get back inside last month's range, we look for acceptance. Then we kind of trade back into this 2 month balance that we'll call it, right? We had this nice balance here. We kind of moved up to the top range of that balance and balanced for 2 months, and now we've continued to move higher. And so if we do get a retracement, that's going to be the kind of the key level to see if we're going to be trading back into this upper balance here on the monthly basis. Switching over here to the weekly, we can see we're still monitoring that last week's low, which is the 41.74, so pretty decent range if there is a retracement that the market would have to go to break that one time framing up on the weekly. We can see the weekly was balancing for the most part fairly sideways for a couple months, and we have broken out now. We did make a new high this week. We've since retraced back into the previous week's range, and so we're going to be monitoring here, right? So we have our balance on a weekly here. We're moving up, and so far the market is just kind of balancing up at these higher ranges, and we're really looking for continuation here or for acceptance of these upper prices. And acceptance of these upper prices would really be above that excuse me, above this 238 level, right? That previous month's high. Excuse me, above that previous month's high. Switching over to the daily here, you can see we still continued our one time framing higher here for the fourth day in a row. We still have this gap here down below. We, for the most part, traded inside yesterday's range or Friday's range. For the most part, yesterday we did peak above temporarily, came back in, peaked back above one time, came back in, and then settled. We settled about 7 handles lower than Friday's session. Friday closed at 88, and then yesterday we closed around 81. So just a couple handles below, as the market really wasn't able to find any buyers on the way up. Switching over to the profiles now, we can just get a little bit of a review of what happened yesterday, and then also take a peek, just get a bit of a what we're expecting for today. So on the profiles here, especially we'll start with yesterday. We can see we had B period or A period opened up. We traded above that Friday's high, unable to sustain it. B period opened up about the same exact spot as A, traded down, then traded back to the high, unable to sustain it. C period here came all the way down. C period opened up low. We traded back to the high one more time. So kind of a third check above Friday's high, which was that 97.75. Did clear that 4,300, but really just unable to hold and put in a poor high. They liquidated, right? And this is kind of just what I'm assuming really from yesterday. We kind of have, especially if we split the profile here, we can see we have kind of a small E-shaped profile. So kind of assuming that we got some short covering early on that led the market to the high. We put in this poor high, and then we have kind of a sloppy B, but more or less a B shape here, as these intraday longs, I think, realized that they weren't going to be able to take the market any higher, and that no more shorts were going to cover. once they realized that buyers weren't strong, and then those buyers were forced to liquidate. We got this kind of big move down, and then momentum sellers tried to pile in to take it lower, ended up not being able or not having enough supply to be able to break the low, putting in a poor low, and then kind of getting a little mean reversion towards the end of the day. Not all the way back to the center of the profile, as it kind of died off here around that 87 level. So far, leaving behind a few mechanical reference points, those being that half back, that 89, and really I'm watching this 89 to 91 level. You can kind of see here we have that weak spot in the profile, so we can assume there's still some trapped longs above that, especially because we didn't really trade much lower than those single prints, right? It kind of just looked like a liquidation for liquidity. They were able to gather up liquidity down here below, and leaves these mechanical references showing that the selling wasn't necessarily that strong. We also have another weak spot here, which was at the TPOC yesterday, which is about 95. So we'll call it 94 to 96. And then again, the polar high sitting up there at 43.05. And so those are kind of our key resistance levels that I'm looking at above us, and that I'd like to see us regain before I get more confident in the longs. And so kind of what I'm assuming, or what I'm looking at today, especially we've got overnight inventory for the most part pretty much balanced, right? We've got to settle at 81, we traded below, we traded above. We could call it a little bit short, but it's pretty close, right? You could call it like 70 30, 80 60 40 maybe, but for the most part it's pretty balanced, and it's a very narrow range, right? Only trading 11 points. And so typically when we see this, and especially if we zoom out real quick, when we get these real narrow Globex ranges, for the most part, we typically get a larger day after. So here's a pretty narrow Globex range. It was about 21 points, so that's still even double what we have today. We get that kind of large range, really narrow range here, and we got kind of an outsized range. So typically when we get these narrow ranges, you're going to test both sides of Globex, where a lot of times when we get larger moves, you don't really get both sides of the Globex session. And typically when the Globex is a larger range, you also typically don't get both sides. And you can see here we haven't really had very many narrow ranges in the Globex session. See, here's a narrow one, unable to take that high, and then ended up selling off. Pretty narrow one, wasn't able to take the high and kind of sold off. But we haven't, I mean, you could see like there just hasn't been very many narrow range overnight profiles. And so as we're getting this, and something that is going to help us maintain our perspective is, if we do break the low, we need to see volume, and what we'd like to see is immediate continuation to the downside. And so that's really going to be the first thing that I'm looking for, is if there is a break down here to fix this poor low, it'll be decision time here. And are they going to move lower and break and get that continuation, right? Is volume going to come in and get immediate continuation? Because what we don't want to see is, we don't want to see this come down and then volume comes in, and then we get this retracement back inside that previous day's range, and all of a sudden now you've got shorts that are stuck below yesterday's low. They get nervous, and that can cause that short covering rally. Because I do think that there is a lot of shorter time frame traders that are short as of yesterday, right? We still know that fairly large gap, and that would be an area that we can expect longer term money to find liquidity. So we're not really expecting any big buyers until we get down here, right? This somewhere in this area. It's a big range, 39 to 49, so a 10-point range. Somewhere in here, we can kind of expect a nice bounce if we're going to get one from there, where some longer term money is lurking. But up here, most of the moves today, especially, there's really just no economic data at all this week. Everything was yesterday. Remember, we got that impulse yesterday, came from 93. So that's really the key level on the upside for me. What I'd like to see is the market climb back up above that 93, and that would give me some confidence in some continuation for the upside, right? Of course, we'd have to get that plus that will soon to be T2 high, and then target would be that poor high, and then the next target up for me is that 43.25 level. That's the level I'm looking at for the next move up. Um, so until then, what I'm thinking, right, until we kind of reclaim this 93 level, until then, I'm kind of thinking we probably do get a little bit rangy in here. And so I think there might be opportunity here at that 90 level, especially where we had these trapped longs. Um, because they're not really trading the profile. They're not understanding that there's really no supply down here as of yesterday, right? And that can change today. But especially if we don't break this low and we trade back up here, then I won't want to short this level. But if we get an immediate auction that trades up to this 90 level, I think that'll be a nice level to start getting short at, and try some shorts against that previous day's high. So you're looking, close to, well, we'll see how it goes. A little bit wider stop there. But you're looking for it to trade back into this lower distribution where we put in the VPOC yesterday. As the market really didn't have enough time to kind of decide if it likes this level down here, I'm really leaning on the short side today, until we reclaim that 95 level, 93, 95, right up there. So if we do get this immediate reaction, trade lower, there'll be a kind of a go with situation unless we don't see continuation, or you just go with it and take it against that low. You don't want to get back accepted back into that low. But for the most part, I think the best odds really are to wait to see. Just probably going to be fairly choppy. Wait to see if we break this low, or if we can get above that 90 level, or get up to that 90 level to look for that fade. I think, um, as we get down here a little bit more, and I'll add these on real quick. They just get too distracting, so I don't want to keep them on the whole time. But I've marked out the distributions, the larger distributions here, and so you can see the area that we're in this area is kind of no man's land, right? You can see, there's a little bit of volume shelf here right around the 75, but you're kind of in no man's land here. And then you start to get into this other distribution below 68. So if you don't see a real strong reaction off of the 68, then there's decent odds that we are going to trade lower. And then we start looking for like that 55 area. And so that would be the target. If we get back down to 68, don't get a bounce, be targeting that 55 area. And then on the opposite side, right, we're kind of at the low of this other distribution. You can see where the volume kind of falls off. So if we reclaim the 81 without breaking this low, that would kind of really tell us that there isn't much supply. And then we start targeting like the 85, the 90, right where this VPOC is at. And if there's no strong reaction off the 90, that's when we start to reclaim that 93 to 95 and then target that poor high. That's kind of what I'm after today. But I think today, with us being in between these larger distributions, there's better odds that we chop around early. And for that is going to, patience is going to need to be exercised for sure. It's pretty short and sweet today. As far as yesterday goes, right, just a little bit more recap. We did have value overlapping to higher, right? So if we do trade up, even if we get a cessation of one time framing, that's not necessarily telling us that the market's going to turn down. We definitely still need to maintain perspective and pay attention to where value develops going into today's session. What do we got? We got about, what time is it? 9:25. So we got about 5 minutes. Yeah, other than that, that's pretty much it. Morning, Roach.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Tommy, what's up?
All good, man. How's it going?
Good.
Nice to make it on time.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a light day today?
Yeah, just my missus isn't feeling too good, so yeah, she felt a bit dizzy and stuff. Just took her over to the doctors. They just said she got some vertigo.
Oh, dang. Hopefully she's all right. They give her
Yeah,
some medicine.
yeah, they gave her some medicine. Yeah, she's just taking it easy.
Nice. So you should see I got this like basically like a line of bruises across my leg. Um, like crashed my dirt bike this weekend. I don't know if I told you.
Yeah. I heard you. Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, and so like because the bruises don't really look bad until they're like settled in, And so now
Yeah,
it
you
just looks
can't. You
like a
don't really see
fucking
the damage. Yeah.
yeah. It doesn't really hurt. It's just like it looks bad. So yesterday I was at
Is it
jujitsu
like a yellow bruise or?
and like big and like purple. Yeah. People were like, "What the fuck is that?" And I was like, "I wrecked my dirt bike this weekend."
Did you get any other injuries or just a few bruises?
Yeah, just a few bruises. I did
You
like a
didn't
nice little
fracture or break?
shoulder roll. I realized I was gonna hit the tree like just in time, and so I was like, "Well,
Battled out.
yeah, I just bailed it." I didn't bail fast enough because I still front flipped over the bars. The bars really just fucking sent me over. But the bike is fine. No plastics got hurt, and then the
There's
rim
no
got bent a
stress
little
then, is
bit.
there?
What's that?
Back at it this back no stress then, back at it this weekend.
Yeah, yeah, the rim's back to normal. Just let the tire out, bent it back, and then tighten the spokes back up. Yeah, and I'll be back at it this weekend for sure.
Yeah, that's a nice hobby to be able to have.
Yeah, I'm lucky for sure. Nice to have it just right here in the back.
Yeah, even for us it's like just a pain. You have to fucking put the bike in the back of a truck or on a trailer and drive it somewhere and kind of defeat. It's nice just to fucking do what you do, just roll straight out.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do it if that was the case. Like, I'm not real interested in fucking. Well, one, I suck at
You
driving with the
just
trailer.
like fucking flying around in the woods near your house.
Exactly, exactly. I got a little too cocky this weekend. That's what happened. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start getting some air. Got some air, paid the price.
You've had not enough weekends of experience yet.
No, not yet. I guess. Yeah, I mean, I've only started it last year, and then last year at the end of the season. So this was our third time out this year, or maybe fourth time out this year.
It's like anything, man. Even when you pass your driving test, which you actually have to fully practice for, you still, when you start driving, you like get better. You're not as good as you
Yeah,
are when you first pass your driving test. You're all nervous and shit, and then like you said, you build confidence up, and then normally something goes wrong, and then it brings you back down.
exactly. Yep, just like everything in life. Yeah, you get a little bit too cocky, and then fucking brings you back to earth.
Yeah, and then you improve.
Yep. Yeah, I was just happy I didn't like fucking break any bones or
Yeah,
anything,
fuck
or like get a
yourself up. Yeah.
concussion. That's why I wear all the gear. Some people just ride like, well, some people just like just a helmet, but I have like the chest protectors and stuff on too. So
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you can get ready in your house and just fucking jump on your bike. Why not? No reason not to.
yeah, exactly.
Plus, if you don't want your fucking clothes getting fucked up anyway,
Yeah.
because you get dirty as shit if you're fucking a bit like wet out there.
Yeah, and it was muddy too.
Yeah.
So the ground was soft. That probably helped as well. Here we
What did
go,
you
buddy.
Did you land it and then like literally as you land it was oh shit, there's a tree.
I like popped the clutch and then like it like dragged me into the tree and then I hit the tree and I like rolled forward. I basically did like a front flip forward and then kind of like I landed like on my ass. So like my ass hit the ground first and I kind of slid on my ass a little bit and then just popped up onto my feet and turned back to my bike. Like it was a pretty fast motion. So there's our open. We come down, we put it in another weak low right at the low here. Decent volume trying to come through here. You're seeing an offer try to move down here on this 72 half. Getting kind of jammed up here. 500 goes bid. Gets stuck, but we get 700 on the offer and then it goes bid. So some weak sauce there. Box shifts up as they try to re-offer the 73. Look at that volume trading at this low here. I'm short the 73 quarter. One off at 71 half. Morning, Dan.
I caught a couple good trades this morning, but everybody was in such a hurry to get out of Albuquerque that I didn't get a chance to trade anymore. So I have like, I think I got a point and a half on 3 accounts, 4 accounts.
Nice. That's a good start.
Well, I won't be trading the rest of the day until we get to. We'll be in Prosper probably by 3:30, 4 o'clock,
Oh, okay. Nice. Another one off at
or
70.50 right there. One lot left at break even.
6 o'clock your time.
So we get that short covering here basically right before that 68, which is where that other distribution starts. So we're not surprised about that. Now, in order for these buyers to show any confidence, right, we're going to want to see them get back above at least 78 to trade back up into that 90 region. If they can't do that, or at least back above the 73, right, 73 half where this volume came in. If they can't do that, then we can kind of expect just keep sliding this thing down. Maybe add here if on this 72, 71 half maybe. Yeah, you're seeing some strong bids try to step up on 71. But you would expect 500 lots to really kind of jump the price up. So maybe we add a short here. 71 half. Okay, some shorts getting stuck there on the 70 half, but then they keep re-offering here. These bids look like they're getting stuck. So there's some decent short covering there as shorts get nervous. Added at 70 half. Stop still at break even. $71 half, excuse me, not 70 half. One off 69 half. That's only a little 2-point add right there. That's not bad though. You're just seeing a strong bid. You see all these strong bids come in on the DOM. And that 300 lots get stuck on the low. I just don't want to get caught in a little short covering rally back up. Got a call count in one bot. Should get into calls. One bot is in a call. Second one's showing signs of the calls. I flattened out at 71. Completely flat now. Not a big fan of how that reacted there, so just sit in my hand still now. Look at that offer trying to come in here, 71 half. So we got two interesting levels here to start the session. You get a 73 quarter sell and a 71. 71 half. So here's what we're looking for now, right? Or what I'm looking for now. And you can see the distributions here. So this is where that top of that other distribution starts at. But what we're looking for, especially we got all these strong bids here that came in. So look to see as one if selling can get back below these big offers that came in, right? So you got 69 quarter, 68, 75, 70 quarter. If they can't get back down to below there, we want to see bids coming in above these bids or for these levels to get rebid. Now we're seeing a strong bid come in 71.50 there where we just saw those 1,000 lots trade 71.75. So if we continue to get strong bids, there's going to be some opportunity to take this thing long back towards that 73 as the first target. And I know our targets are narrow today, but the range is still pretty light here so far. We don't really want to get too attached to any position on either side, really. You're seeing a decent rebid there. Little liquidation from the tick here. Breath is pretty neutral. Sectors are fairly neutral. Apple and Microsoft look like shit. Nvidia's looking pretty strong here. Bid stepping up 71. See how it acts there. Refill, refill. Nobody moves down. Try to get long this 71 quarter.
You know what I think the trick is that you have that area, what is that, 7125 that has 237 more down contracts than it has up. And then right above it, you have 746, and below it, you have 851.
Hang on, say that again? What?
On 7125, you have, look at that, 372 short contracts, but right below it and right above it, you have 856 bid contracts. You know, they have, it's like you have a 237 in the middle of two big blue numbers, which means that those are positive numbers, right?
Right.
Like you have 1,000, 1,067, but right below that you got 178, and then right below that you have, I lost it. You have 623. It just seems like an odd place to have that number and have it be so far off.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really caring about the numbers, though. You're really just looking for the reactions. That's the big key thing. So if anyone took that long, we're sitting pretty here. Just get ready to take some off now that we're back in the Globex range. 1 second. Hello? Good. Bye. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, so what you're looking for there, Dad, is just the reaction. The numbers, like we like to see the big numbers, like the 300 and above. But you're looking for like the reaction from it. So like, are they putting in the big volume and getting continuation, or are they putting in the big volume and it's going against them? So like right here, you're trading 1300 versus 600, and it's down ticking, right? And it's fairly even. They're just trading one tick lower, so a little bit of absorption and aggression there from buyers. And now you think like, okay, well, are they going to get this continuation and try to continue to uptick this thing? Because right now it looks like they're just kind of reloading, passively soaking in these sellers. It looks like the selling is more mechanical.
Does this thing track on the Globex also?
Yeah.
Um,
The DOM, you mean?
no, not the DOM. Well, I guess it's like a DOM, but the one where you have the bids and you have the when they buy it on the bid and when they buy it on the ask.
This inside area here? This what you're talking about?
No, I know that. No, I'm talking about to the left where the blue numbers and red numbers are at.
This?
That, yeah.
Yeah. The delta?
Yeah, the delta. That's what that is. Delta.
Yeah, it tracks during the Globex. Yeah, this actually is incorporated with the Globex, so it's a full profile from start to finish, from 6 o'clock till it'll go from 6 o'clock to 6 o'clock basically. Well, 5 o'clock because the market closes at 5, but. And is my Discord free? Yes, it is $3.99. The only thing that we ask is that you be positive and respectful, right? We don't want to, we don't, not that we don't want, it's just we won't tolerate people getting in there and just like shit talking other people, right? Remember that everyone's on a different part of their trading journey. So you might be a little bit more experienced than others, but you know, we don't need to hate on anybody. Yeah, here's the link right here. The link below the video that doesn't work on purpose. So we don't get bots, but there's the link for you. So we're seeing our tick start to firm up here a little bit. You see the breath start to firm up. The weighted AD is positive here a little bit. We're above the point of control. And you're seeing these offers come in mechanically off of the basically yesterday's low and the Globex low. So if they can't trade this thing back down with an offer below 70, then we can kind of assume that that short covering is going to take us back up to that 77 level, the overnight TPOC. No offer below 70 should take us up to the TPOC. 75, 77, 77. Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, it's interesting here. You're seeing tech and healthcare get beat down pretty bad. So you're seeing definitely a fairly big rotation compared to yesterday, right? Yesterday we had financials getting beat up pretty bad, but they're up a pretty decent amount, with tech basically kind of flat and healthcare getting the smackarooski here. So it's an interesting look as Apple's making a low right now. The NASDAQ caught a decent little bid above its half back, or basically at its half back. The Dow still looks fairly weak, right? That's typically due to healthcare. Microsoft catching a little bit of a bounce there, bounced about $1. Nvidia still looking pretty strong. I think my uncle said the Nvidia bots closed out. AMD bots are still in. So here's our 75, right? Let's see if they reoffer this level. Failure to reoffer this level, like I said, we should be going to 77, I think. Seeing a pretty decent offer there, but not really getting any not really getting down ticks too much. Kind of troubling there that 75 or 74 half, putting in 800 lots and kind of unable to trade up to that 75 there. There we go. 6 lots traded there. It's weak sauce. Little fill in there from the buyers. Little Trapperooski. And if you're long here, right, like basically right here is where you want to be getting ready to take profit on at least part of the position as we're getting close to this 77 here. See an offer try to come in there 76, so we caught it down and we caught it up. So that was a pretty nice start to the session there. Oh, come on, don't fucking just give us the last tick. That's our 77, that's what we want.
Got it.
Yeah, but I didn't get filled on it, so. Yeah, these sellers are gonna push this thing back lower. It looks like they're being aggressive right here.
Happens, Brad. What do you think the best thing to do is when it comes up and it trades where your target was but doesn't trade it? Do you think it's best just to just flatten it?
I just dragged it down, yeah, and I got filled
Yeah,
on 76.5 instead of 77. Yeah, yeah, I just
because
dragged it down.
a lot of the time. Oh no, no. Oh, okay. He wasn't. Was you? Yeah, okay. He was closing out. Yeah, cool, cool, cool. Got you. Yeah, because a lot of the time, what I used to do was I'd move my stop up, and I'd be like, right, if it comes back to here, I'll just get out. And it more or less every single time it would do it. So now I just fucking, if it doesn't take it by the tick, I just flatten it straight away.
Yeah, yeah, because then
Because
if
you
you
end
move
up
your
giving a
stop
couple
up,
points back, right? Because you're like, all
exactly,
right, I don't want to put it somewhere where it's going to tick me out straight away or it's pointless. So you try and behind a little bit of strength, and it just comes back and tags it straight away.
exactly. Yeah, and then at that point you might as well have just fucking flattened it out anyways. So
Yeah, you're missing out. You give back stuff you don't need to. I mean, a couple of ticks, you might as well just take it.
right. Yeah, I had my take profit on that 77, but it didn't fill me, so I just dragged it down. I filled 76 half. Well, for my exit, got filled 76 half. Yeah, so not a bad start there. We got caught. I mean, small moves, right? We're only in an 8 point range, but we caught it nice and down, and then caught it nice and up. So now we can just relax here for the next 8 minutes and see what B period brings us. And we're kind of back in that chop zone, right? Like, we'd like it either to be below 73 or above the 77 here. Really, I'd like to see it below 72, honestly, before I start to get any short. And that the offer needs to come in below 70 if they're going to get continuation for the downside. I think. Because we got big sellers that came in 73 quarter and 71 half, but they got upticked. So yeah, I think we need to see an offer below 70 in order to get any continuation. And if not, then look for us to get back above this like 77, 78 level, and then that would take us up to 80. 80 would be the next resistance. So that TPOC yesterday's settle 81. We got the Globex high 85. And remember, we're in the summer now, so this is not too out of the ordinary for a summer trading. For those of you guys who have been trading a longer while, like you can ask Roach, this Globex profile looked like a daily profile, you know, years ago before COVID. That would be like the range that we would get, and that's kind of what it would look like. Like shit. Healthcare catching a little bit of a bid here, but financials kind of lagging there. Still, still holding their upside, but lagging a bit. Apple's still looking weak. Nvidia looking strong, trying to break the Globex high here, at the overnight high or pre-market high, whatever the fuck we'll call it in stocks. So definitely a little push-pull going on here. Yeah, I think so, Thomas. I'm just taking little scalps here and there. Um, I don't really have any conviction on anything. Just looking at the order flow and taking some moves. Like I just took one from 73 half to 74.75. When's the Fed on? Or you're talking about next week? Yeah, next week. Okay. Yeah, I could have held that one. That's nice. I'll be right back. I gotta make a phone call real quick. So we're still just getting a little bit choppy range here.
Good question, Brad.
Yeah.
You got any idea how I can put like a VWAP on a range chart?
Yeah.
You know, because I don't know if it calculates the right
Oh, hang
way
on.
when I'm
Hang on one
looking
second.
at it.
1 second.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, mate. I couldn't hear you before if you were speaking. I can hear you now.
Yeah, the VWAP shouldn't matter, Tommy, on what chart you put it on. It's just goes by volume. Shouldn't matter.
Oh, it does. It doesn't affect it. Okay, cool.
No.
And where do you like to use yours from, Rush? You use it on session start or 24-hour?
24-hour.
Yeah, okay. Top man. Cheers, mate.
I don't really use the VWAP too much, so I don't really care.
No, I just like to I don't like to
know
use
where
it
it
to use it. Yeah, to know where I am kind of thing. So,
Yeah, same thing.
you know, like if we're coming down and hitting like fuck knows like the bottom band or something, I know we're pretty cooked
Yeah.
to the downside. Like I'm not trying to get short, you know what I mean, down at the bottom band.
Oh, the deviation. Yeah, I don't even plot the
Yeah,
deviation.
the deviations,
I
yeah.
just put the VWAP on there.
Standard, yeah.
I like what I don't know if I think it was Brad. It was either Brad or somebody in here was saying about I just use it if it's moving up or down. You know, the volume's moving up or down with the move, and if it's just staying flat, you're kind of probably reverting back to it. You know.
Yeah, got ya. Yeah, when the line's just flat, it's not pointing in any
I kind of just
direction.
keep it
Like
on
right now.
there. Yeah, keep it on there just to. I mean, you could see it without the VWAP too, but it's a little easier indication. You could see if volume's following the move anyway, but kind of a confirmation. But I don't like all the deviations. I don't like all them lines all over the place. Can't see.
Yeah, I put them on and I just do it like really, really faint. Like I said, I don't trade off of them or anything. I just like to see where I am within like kind of
Yeah.
the range of volume that we have been having, you know?
Yep. Yeah. See if you're over unfair lows or unfair highs.
Yeah, because we might come into a level, break it by a little bit, and I might think, okay, cool, this looks like a short, but we're right down near the bottom of the deviation. Sure, it might go down some more, but my odds definitely are less, you know what I mean, for it to continue down when you're right down at the low of the bands.
Yeah. Yeah. I got you.
Or if I'm looking for a long and it comes into my zone and I can see we're right down at like the lowest band, you know, it just gives me a bit more confirmation.
Yeah. Yeah, you could even double check what I'm telling you if you want. Put it on like a 5
Yeah,
minute.
no, I just done it. Yeah, I just put them next to each other. It was because
Yeah.
it was trading outside the band, so I thought, oh, this don't look right.
Yeah.
fixed that low, came down and found buyers.
Yeah, they keep getting stuck. The sellers are getting stuck down there.
Yeah,
Down around 74, quarter, half. It's so slow.
yeah, it is slow. It is slow.
Like,
Even the book looks like shit. Like, look at the trades, they're like 30, 30, 30, 30. And then
yeah.
you get one big number and then it continues with like double digits on a DOM.
Yeah, it's pretty tight.
Not really any sellers, is there?
Yeah, they're selling it a little bit. They're getting stuck though. 78 half is where the buyers are probably going to defend it. Right now, they're defending 79 quarter, really. See how the seller's on 79 quarter?
Yeah, I can see, yeah. Oh, yeah, got you. Yeah. Nearly 2,000, yeah. Some size stepping up as well.
Yeah. Now they're trying to sell the 82, 82, 81.75. And you got buyers stuck on 82 half a little bit. There you go.
Just
Now, if you
FYI.
see a bunch of selling on that 82 half, 83, Well, it's not even getting back down there. I was going to say they'll tell you the buyers are defending that area. Or and right now you got some buyers stuck on that 85, 84.75, 85. So that was the Globex high. That's what happened there.
Oh yeah, mechanical selling off the Globex high. You know, we're probably just reforming another big balance area just a little bit higher until something else happens, you know, to give us another push in one direction or the other.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't think we're going to go ripping anywhere.
We was in that balance for so long. We was trading in that zone, which we just, you know, we broke out of. Let me have a look. What's it?
Yeah, and most likely the only thing that pushed us higher was all the stuck sellers in there. No, not real. I don't think real buyers stepped in. I mean, some, but you know what I mean.
Kind of trading between, like, we've been trading between the 100 and I'd say what the 220 for like since last year, like, yeah, the beginning of the month, the 29th of the 3rd. I bet we just break out here and then just fucking balance a little bit higher for another few weeks.
That B high looks very mechanical.
Yeah, Roach said it was straight off the Globex high.
Yeah. I sent to my brother. I don't know if he's out there or listening, but I said when we were sitting there bouncing between 75 and 74, I told him to buy it 76 and take it to the 80, between 80 and 85, and look at that. I can't trade. I can't get online.
Just spreading the love.
What's that? What's that?
So
Tommy?
just spreading the love, sharing the trade idea.
Yeah, right. Well, because I'm watching Brad's thing, which has a lot more information than mine, but I was watching
What are
how we
you-
kept going down to the 72. It kept at the 72. It just kept faltering at that.
At the previous day's low, yeah. It was bouncing. It bounced there quite a few
It
times.
just kept bouncing, right?
Yeah.
And it
Well, you're
wouldn't go.
traveling right now.
Yeah, we started our trip on Sunday morning and drove to. We drove quite a ways the first day, and then the next way, we should get to our destination in 3 days instead of 4.
Oh, nice. It's still quite a long drive then.
Yeah, we should be there probably in about 8.5 hours. What is the name of that? Winslow, Arizona. But we're well north of. We're taking the 40.
Did you stand on a corner in Winslow, Arizona? It's such a fine
We
sight
did. I
to see.
stood on a. I know, right? It wasn't a good corner. It was at a truck stop, but still a corner.
That's all there is. Well, I thought you were coming by.
Well, my father-in-law's in a. He just wants to prove to everybody he can get there fast.
It's the journey.
I thought we would do a little bit of sightseeing, but that ain't happening.
You've gone to the Grand Canyon, you know.
I think if we were in a smaller motorhome,
40-foot is
it
huge.
would have been better. It is fucking huge.
How did you fix the slide? Because it wasn't a slide broken on it.
No, it wasn't broken. It was the slide won't close if your power is not above a certain percentage. So we just had to wait for the main batteries to charge up to a certain point. If the battery is below 65, it won't shut the slide.
That's weird.
But I found the manual crank for it and everything. So
Oh, it has a manual crank.
yeah,
Good to
it don't
know.
look easy. It don't look easy.
Do all slides have manual cranks? I didn't even know that.
I believe so. They all have. Well, they all have a place where you can attach a ratchet and turn it. I mean, you have to create your own manual crank, but it's got a place to put a. On ours, it has a. At the end of the gear, it has a place to put a 5/8 socket and turn the thing. But I mean, if you did that, it'd probably take you 30 minutes to close it.
Well, at least you could drive though. I mean,
Right.
what is going on with this? Where's Brad?
I don't know. He took off and did something. Said he'd be right back.
There's a lot of crypto news going on. So you'll be there today then, right? To your destination?
We should be there by what time is it where you're at?
7:20.
So we should be there in 8 hours. So what is that, 3 o'clock?
Like that.
No, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock your time?
Yeah. So did you say it was a diesel? It's a 40 footer. It's pretty big.
Yeah, it's a diesel pusher.
Wow.
It is a nice ride though.
That's cool. It's so expensive to have an RV now, though. Almost not even worth it. You'd stay in 5-star resort for everything it costs you. And it's hard to find places. You know, a lot of places won't even let you keep your RV there if it's less than 10 years old. In RV parks and stuff.
I don't know. I haven't had any problem. My wife was having trouble finding a place for us to stay, but shit, I just went online and looked for a place to stay in Albuquerque. We stayed at this guy's place. He has a storage for RVs, and there is probably 50 or 60, probably more than that. We only touched I only got to see part of it, but it's an RV storage. But they're building an RV camp across the street, so he just let us stay inside there and charges $30.
Wow.
Got to hook up. There's a dumping station. There's a place to get propane. There's a place to wash your RV if you wanted to do it. And then it'll look brand new.
Well, that's cool.
It was a nice place. The guy was a nice guy. Hopefully he'll send me the link so I can give him a nice Google review. And it was within walking distance of a Sonic.
Well, that's worth it right there.
Bugs Bunny's favorite city, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah, I made a right turn.
Yep. Oh, I must have made a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
Is it a wrong turn or a right turn?
Oh, whatever it is.
I don't know.
He pulls out a map and it's some type of a turn. Oh yeah, maybe I should have made a right turn at Albuquerque. All right, here we are. We're coming up on that Globex high into the value area low.
Watch 84 even right here. See if they can't break it, probably go back to 82. Break it. No, they can't. Probably run down to 82. Trying to keep it above 84. I mean, these are really micro levels. Talking 6 ticks.
Do you think this is the final push up?
I don't know. I don't have any conviction either way. I mean, I think we're going to break the Wolbeck's high, but I don't know. We're, chopping around. I thought we would test 82 before we go break it, but I don't know. It's not. It can't even get down there really. So maybe that's showing a little strength. You could hear me, right?
Yeah, I think that's
hear
a good point to test the 82. As long as we don't get above the 85. If we get above the 85, I think we run to the, I don't know, up to maybe the 80, maybe the 89.
Yeah, I didn't even look above 85. Let's see.
I mean, it's thin up there. You better bring your oxygen because it's going to be hard to breathe when you hit it.
Huh.
But it looks like it runs.
Well, let's say it runs to 89, 88, 89. Yeah. If it gets above.
Well, I'm not in any trades. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm not in the trade, so I can't. All I can do is just by staring at the Dom though, Brad's anyway.
Sellers
Just
just
kind of
got
watching.
stuck. It just ran the sellers over 84 quarter. See if that holds 84 quarter.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
86.
I could hear somebody talking, but barely. That's.
You can what?
I could hear somebody talking just barely. I hear you, Lincoln.
Oh yeah, that's my father-in-law and my friend Roger. They're up in the front of the motorhome,
Okay.
chatting
That's
away
not
like
on.
two old
I thought,
ladies. Fucking
I thought it
having
was somebody on the stream.
Oh yeah, no. I'll mute him.
No, that's not bothering me. I thought it was somebody on the stream that wasn't getting a good connection or something. No, it's not a distraction at all.
What's up, guys?
Okay.
What's up, bud?
We got a nice little continuation there from that break of the 77. You can see a lot of people shorted that and then that's where they got liquidated, it looks like.
Trying to hold 84 here. They're getting stuck.
Yeah.
Isn't this the same place it failed yesterday?
Yeah, that M period high was right here, like 87.
Yeah. I mean, it climbed up and then just basically retraced back down. I don't remember where it closed, but it wasn't far from that.
84 to 85 we got.
Yeah.
84 sellers, 85 buyers stuck. 4 ticks.
And so inside this area, this is kind of what we're expecting, right? We're expecting kind of choppiness until these buyers can kind of reclaim this like 93 to 95 area, and minimum this 90 area. And I think this will be a sell still from here. The breadth is pretty neutral. The tick is holding pretty firm. The Nasdaq advanced decline has really kind of gained some momentum here to get this move up, but you're not really seeing like any tempo or any really big increase in volume or anything like that. So
Watch 82 now. See if they go down and test that 82, 81 and a half. You still can't get down there though. They've been trying. Which could be a sign of strength, I guess, to the upside because they can't even get down there to test it.
and buyers are really going to want to hold this 80, 81 level. If they can't hold this level, then we probably do end up trading back, closing these single prints.
Yeah, if it breaks that area, it's gonna go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's gonna go that way too now. Now that we broke that overnight high and
Doesn't it look like buyers are stuck at 84,
85,
85?
a little bit at 85.
Yeah, to me it looks like sellers are
Oh,
getting
yeah.
stuck at this 84, 83 half.
Yeah, I see it. I was looking at it backwards.
It's such a tight range though. Like you got sellers stuck at 83 half and buyers stuck at 84 half 5. 85. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, 85, 85, 50.
yeah. Are they really stuck? I don't know. It's just so small of a range.
And what would make sense here, like let's say, because the buyer that's in the market today is a passive buyer, for the most part, or responsive buyer. What would make sense here, since they're getting all these bids here, they're getting selling moving down, and then they're getting back ticked. And so if they break here, you're going to get a bunch of pouring of selling into this 80. And if this buyer just sits here and absorbs the 80, that could definitely take us back up into this weak spot here, 90, 93 area. And that's why I'm kind of waiting for it to set up here.
In other words, he's going to get sick of buying up here, let it come down a little, and buy it there.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And he's trying to trap a bunch of momentum sellers that you know that were getting nervous up here to try to pour on down here at the low to get a nice fill.
Here's that area, that 82, 81.
Yeah, and then he's going to sell it here, 83 half, 84, to drive it down to this 80. So you had a bunch of shorts that came in around that 82 and they're getting upticked, right? So the shorts are getting nervous, and they're like building on their psychology here, because it's like every time one of these shorts gets in, they immediately go into the red, and so they just start to get nervous, and so when it starts to break low, they either start to cover instantly, which would be down at that 81, or they're going to be like, this is it, and they're going to start adding because they're not wanting to add to their initial position right here because they're getting nervous, when in reality that's really where they should be adding. But they get nervous, we get this nice drop here to 80, you know, maybe a little bit lower, 79ish, but right in that area, and that buyer snakes them up. That buyer being me, of course.
You weren't confused about that part, Brad.
Like, oh, it's like, you know, it's almost like they're just like, you know what? I don't even need this lunch money. You can have it.
Now they're starting to pile in.
Not yet.
Thinking
You
they're
gotta
gonna push
get.
it down.
We need like a nice flush, like a nice little like pop of like a point or two here.
We need something that would make you feel like, oh, I should short this.
Exactly. Because they missed their chance here. Yeah, we're not getting that yet though. I scared you off the short at the high. My bad. I mean, I think that 85 level is a good opportunity to sell. And I mean, I'm not right all the time, so. We haven't changed our base case S&P target for in 2022. 3,900. Oh, M3 said that? Yeah, a little double distribution for me. Yep. And so that's what, like, there's three things that we can get from these double distributions. When we're seeing the POC shift up like this, if we don't get a break of this C high, then they're going to retest the single prints. And that's where we're looking for that 80, 79 area to act as buying, right? To get some short covering and then for the buyer to kind of absorb. If there isn't that, then we start to turn into a balanced day with excess on the high and excess on the low. And then, you know, we're kind of failing right at yesterday's value area low. And to me, that just seems like the selling up here is more mechanical than anything. And that's why I think this buyer is kind of realizing that and knowing, like, you know, I can get this at a lower price. I can get this at a little bit of a discount here. So let me take advantage. But who knows, if there's no supply here, then the market can just keep turning up as well. So miss the opportunity. And the tick is pretty firm. Breath is starting to firm up a little bit here as well. And that NASDAQ AD is strong, which is interesting. Because Microsoft is down about 0.5%. Apple's down about 0.71. AMD's up 3.5%. Amazon's up 1%. Google's up 1%. Meta's up 2%. Tesla's down, or Tesla's up about 0.25%. Really just Apple and Microsoft kind of lagging the market, but they had been leading, so a little rotation. And you see financials getting that rotation, which is something that we talked about, right? If the market is going to be continuing up towards that 39.90 or whatever the wherever that collar trade was at. Then or 43.90, excuse me. Then we would have to see financials start to firm up a bit, because that's the sector that had been beaten down so bad.
So Brad, you've been seeing what's going on with Gary Gensler and the
Yeah, he's
Binance lawsuit?
investigating Binance, and he announced this morning
Coinbase.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's
He just hates crypto.
trying to prove something before he's out, or I don't know what the deal is. I mean, it's like they're purposely fucking us. I mean, it's like
Maybe he's
he
going
knows
to
it's just gonna
eliminate everything except for crypto.com. More shorts just
Why-
getting squeezed there.
Why not crypto.com?
Because that's the one that I want to win.
There we are, Roach. Our number. We hit the 90.
Well, because it's not just the exchanges; it's the fact that he's saying that all these stable coins and all these other coins are securities.
He's saying they are securities?
Yeah, he's saying Tether and this is a whole bunch of them. Solana, Aptos, Polygon. There's like 12 or 13 coins. It's pretty shitty news, actually. I'm surprised it didn't drop the market more than it did. In fact, looks like the market's going up a little bit this morning for some reason. But I don't know. I think it means that either Ripple's going to win or Ripple's going to lose here pretty soon. I think that's why he's doing it right now. What's really unbelievable is that Ripple spent $200 million on lawyers, and that's why everybody else is scared because because the SEC will bankrupt you. But how does it cost $200 million for lawyers? I mean, how much are these lawyers? I mean, how many do you have? You have 200 of them. You're paying each $1 million, or you got 10 of them. And you're paying them $20 million each. I mean, how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what comes out of it, to see if, because the big fear and the reason, like, because Coinbase sold off a ton. Binance is not a U.S. traded company, so nobody gives a shit. But the big thing really is like, are we gonna get some of this Sam Bankman-Fried type news? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they also accused him of commingling funds and all kinds of other things. So who knows? It's pretty shitty, though. I mean, it just sucks because Gary Gensler was supposed to be the savior. He's supposed to be the one that come and fix crypto, and he's supposed to be so pro Bitcoin. I mean, the guy taught it at MIT. It's like, I don't know. He's got to be getting paid or something. He's got to have a huge interest in something.
Yeah, maybe he's got a huge interest in crypto.com.
Maybe.
Because if it comes out like that crypto.com is the only reputable crypto exchange in the US, then for me, that's amazing. That works for my financial needs. Yeah, so I shorted the 90 half up here. That's why I said yes, because I've been waiting for this 90 to come up. This is the plan, right? We talked about this 90 coming up to act as a little bit of resistance. So I wanted to try to get a little bit of a short here, see if we could take it back down to like that 87, 86 area. But it's looking like it just wants to keep going up. So we might have to just bail on this one. I was able to get one off at 88.75, but and then I got the rest at the top, so probably gonna get stopped on this one. Yeah. It's decent bids still firming up here as well. Yeah, we're one time framing. Yeah. Yeah, it was more or less I was just trying that area just because that was the plan. I mean, basically a scratch. Took a loss on 2 lots, took a small win on 1 lot, small loss on the other 2, not too worried about it. I think there's decent odds that we break back under 90 and trade that 85 again. 86, 87. We're starting to see some actual pretty firm price action here with this this tick is really kind of solidifying to the upside here. Breadth, like you can see, or I mean breadth up here, you can see Nasdaq breadth looking really strong. The Nasdaq finally broke up, and then we've got a 2-to-1 ratio on both, so nothing too crazy yet on the ratio, but you're starting to see it definitely turn around as it started red. And if we start to see healthcare start to improve, we'll see this downside basically, the chance of downside basically disappear. So now the level becomes to keep it above the 90, as we've got some more single prints here down below. Back into this weak spot from yesterday as well. And if they're able to, if the buyers are able to continue to push this thing up and keep squeezing these shorts, then this area here, this 94, 95, 96 area, that should just be confirmation to trade back up to the high there. Nice. Yeah, we should trade 87 quarter, I think. 90. Sellers trying to move down to offer this 90 here now. Let's see what they've got. Guys trying to come in but get ran over. Nice. There's that 87.5. There's some stuck shorts there. 88. Maybe that's we need some nice excess to the upside and then a move back towards this 80 to really get these sellers trying to pile in here. A real strong move up by the Dow there. Nasdaq still wasn't able to take its Globex high. The Dow was though. Dow almost traded basically the exact same as the ES, just barely above its or barely below its TPOC from yesterday. Nowhere close to yesterday's open though. For the Dow. Right, I gotta make another phone call.
Did any of you guys catch the Jim Dalton thing on Sunday? His little weekly review of last week and kind of gave an idea of what's going to happen this week.
You mean like his week ahead review that he does?
No, he just gave a quick synopsis of what he expected from the market on Monday, and it kind of did relatively what he thought it would do. And
Yeah, it was
he,
it was a pretty short one. He just
yeah, just
memory.
a short one.
The only thing the biggest thing he was watching from memory was how it traded this 4,300. That was pretty much it, and other than that, there's a bit of weakness below. Wasn't a great deal in it.
Um,
and they're, and they're still nowhere near getting a settlement. Now, this is not going to be any different. This is going to go to court. It's going to waste millions of dollars of taxpayers' money or SEC money, which is funded by the taxpayers. And eventually, they're going to reach some kind of settlement.
Kevin, there you go. Thanks. We can hear your audio. Looks like they're coming back to fill the singles. Doped. I think it's still up in the air. Is Brad gone? Brad's offline?
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, it's go either way. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, I don't think it's too clear. You got buyers stuck up around 90. You got sellers stuck right here. It looks like they're going to try to break it down to 85, 84. But I mean, I'm not trading it because I don't know if they're going to break it. Yeah, I don't think anything's real clear, in my opinion. There's now they broke it down to 84, and sellers got stuck right there on 85. But you know, it's not. It's not. I'm not trading it.
I was kind of wondering if they were gonna break the singles. Looked like they were just trying to fill the singles, is what it looked like. Question is whether or not they can go further than that, or if that's all they get. And
Yeah.
now it's gonna make its way back up top.
If it does go back up, I'd watch around the 90. You got buyers stuck up there and around 90, 91. Looks like sellers are getting stuck down here. Now they're getting stuck around here on 86. But like I say, I'm not even trading it.
We're in that weak area, so they have to choose whether they're gonna go down to the V1 or the VPOC, which is what, 48 or 84, roughly.
Yeah, they offered the 86 quarter, 86 half. Probably run it back down around 82 again. 81, 82, 81 area. There's the 82, 81. Nasdaq's pretty weak. Sellers are getting stuck right here now. Not for long though.
Oh wow, they came right to the tick for the singles, didn't they?
Yeah, I didn't see where the singles were, but yeah, they came down to that.
Those calls and puts are about even. I don't know, half these cryptos are up, half them are down. It's like, guess it's time to just sit on my hands.
Well, he always says there's three types of ways to play it: up, down, and not at all. And I think that this is until you see it really show strength.
Well, this is one of the first times since I've been trading cryptos that cryptos are not trading together. Like usually they're all going up, but they're all going down, for the most part. And they're just not right now. In fact, it used to be they would track right with the ES, and so I didn't listen to Brad, but they're not even doing that anymore. It's like, it's crazy.
One 90 seconds till new period, and we're basically at halfback of it.
See if they hold 83. I think the buyers are going to want to hold 83 here.
So I'm working at a buddy of mine owns 3 car lots. He's got does service repair and does his body shop and stuff. And like in car sales has come to almost like a complete halt. It's crazy with these interest rates. I mean, banks are not lending out. It's pretty wild. I can't imagine buying a home with these interest rates. I mean, it'd be, I don't even know what your payments would be. But then, your parents like, well, we had 18% when I was buying a house.
Yeah.
Of course, a house wasn't $500,000 either.
11%, my parents, when we built the house. In 83, 11%. And they paid 42 grand for a brand new home. We built the home for 42 grand.
It's crazy.
Can't even get a car for that now.
Right?
Hanover home.
I was just
Held
reading
in
about this.
83.
I was reading about this electric car called the Babcock
Fucker, I should have bought that 83. I didn't buy it. Jesus Christ. They offered 85 and now they're offering 84 half, so they're moving it down a little bit, the offer. Then they tried to offer 84 and got run over. Not offering it, they're actually selling it aggressively. I shouldn't say offering it.
Well, it is an offer until they sell it.
No. They're selling it, they're hitting the bid.
Well, that's what
So
you
there's a
said.
bid sitting there, a buyer sitting there, and there's a seller hitting them. I mean, I'm sure there's both of everything going on, but mostly what's going on is
Yeah.
there's a buyer sitting on the bid, and the seller's just marketing in. On 84 right now, that's what's happening.
And see, the exchanges have such an advantage because they know which it is. You know, they know where it's coming from. So, it's crazy.
Yeah, but nothing we could do about it.
Mm-mm.
Buyers are stepping in now a little bit. We could pop 85. Probably get a little pop.
All right, I'm back. I was just catching up with an old buddy of mine. Sorry about that, guys.
We
Did
missed
anybody
you.
take that long?
No, we're all scared.
No.
Jeez.
Well, I did on LDO.
So what can we deduct from the profile right now, mechanically? All right, what's one thing that should stand out to us like right away as soon as we just like if we just open up our profile right now, what are we seeing right now that's telling us something? Up took the long, I like that. That was in the plan, 79.75, good.
Well, it's starting to form kind of a P shape, but
Kind of, yeah.
not really.
That's definitely something. We did have a cessation of one time framing. Not what I'm looking for though. So we get our cessation, that D low. Yes, John, exactly. So when we get the cessation of one time framing, and typically, we get a liquidation when we have these, especially, how choppy it was on that way up, we get that liquidation, but buyers step up at mechanical levels. And so what it's telling us is that short time frame buyers are in control of the market right now. Right? And that supply is also most likely fairly weak or unwilling to sell at lower prices. And so now what we're looking for is acceptance above the Globex high. And so what we want to see here as this E period is starting to develop, we're 7 minutes in, is see this volume continue to increase and then start to trade up. This E high is kind of mechanical right here at the prior day half back. That 87 was a struggle level yesterday as we got sellers coming in right there. But if we start to see this acceptance really above this 85, 84, we should be most likely on target to trade back up towards that point of control from yesterday. And this 90 or 80, did I say 94? 84, 85 area, which is like the Globex or the value area low. And so what we can assume here, right, is if the market trades lower, like even if this E period comes lower and they're unable to take this low out, then that means supply is weak. And we can kind of look up here and we see, okay, well, the breadth is still increasing. We're starting to see the 80 on the NYSE increase. The NASDAQ breadth has already looked good. Our weighted AD is good. Now, if we can just start to improve our trend a little bit, climb above the trend, some buyers will start to show up, some shorts will start to cover, and we can see basically from this 88 to about 91 is where supply is at. So we come over here, 88 to 91, that's where supply is at. So as we trade in there, right, we have to lighten up. But if we get above that level, we should expect shorts to start covering, and especially as we get above that C high, and then we start to get into we start to look for these weak volume areas as areas to target. So we've got like 98 and that 95, 96 area. So yes, very good. Thanks, Mark. And really, you want to keep your eyes on Apple and Microsoft too, because for the most part, the broad market, well, Netflix getting beat up a little bit too, but Netflix doesn't have that big of a market cap, not as much as it used to. But if Microsoft and Apple turn around here, then you'd basically have the entire tech sector start to get the gas, and you might see people give up shorting healthcare once they start to see tech coming around, because everyone is pretty much in the know that if tech is going up, don't short the market, no matter what sector you're trying to short it in. Maybe individual names, but as a broad market, it's not fiscally responsible. And if tech turns around, you probably see short covering come into healthcare, and then with that being, that 13% start to ease up a little bit, you probably see a bit more of a Paparuski. And then inversely right here, because we don't want to just get too biased for one side here, and you keep seeing them try to short here. If they can start to offer this thing below this 83 area, there's some opportunity to take this thing back down to 75 and just balance this day out. If they're able to break that D low. You just don't want to, look at the tick, just looks strong, breath looks strong, everything just looks strong. So, I'm not thinking that's really going to happen, but, we don't want to get too short-sighted or too narrow focused. Yeah, that was a good entry. That was great. Took a little longer, had to wait a little longer for it to come up. Right? We decided to go up first and then come back down to get it. A way to stay patient too and not chase it on the way up and let it come back down and get you. That was good.
Is there any speakers or news today?
Nothing. This whole week is basically basically nothing. Yeah, Casey, on the tick, when you get those gaps, that's just basically a data lag as far as opening to closing of the 1 minute, the millisecond that it took. If you were to turn it on to like a 5-minute chart, you wouldn't have that gap. So I don't really pay any attention to the gaps on the tick unless you get like a big gap, like where you're up high and then it gaps like below. But other than that, it's mostly just because of the time delay. That 87 area is still causing a little bit of trouble here. That offer came in and really no buyers stepping up there yet. Volume's still looking pretty good though.
Did you see some intelligence officers come out saying that they definitely have UFOs and bodies?
No, I didn't. Where did that come out?
Yesterday. No, actually updated today.
I'm not surprised.
So they had the office called Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force. Now it's renamed to the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. So stupid.
I saw another conspiracy yesterday that we have the ADD is the advanced decline. It's not the cumulative tick. So this is called the weighted advanced decline, these bars here. And it's based off of these sector boxes here. So instead of being in the advanced decline line, which I have off pretty much, it's actually this white line. This is the unweighted, and then these bars are the weighted. So we could even, I mean, if you were to turn this into a line instead of the bars, you would see the weighted AD is up a little bit higher than the unweighted. So basically this is telling us that the heavier weighted sectors are lagging behind the unweighted sectors for now. I saw some conspiracy yesterday that was saying like the next big like thing that's going to happen is that the US is going to use these hologram projections that look real to like put over every major city in, like they're going to be UFOs, and then they're going to strike, like use military aircraft to strike and cause damage, and then they won't have to take any blame for it. It'll be like, oh, it was an alien. And it was basically just on like the science that they had these immaculately real looking hologram projections.
There's been a lot of whistleblowers coming out talking about these holograms.
Yeah.
So I don't doubt it. And yeah, and then it'll have to all come together, and like on Independence Day.
Yeah, one world order. Yeah, exactly.
We need one currency because we're all working together, so we need one currency.
One ring to rule them all.
Will it be Biden?
Well, there's a bunch of people announcing that they're running today or tomorrow. Like today, like Christie is coming out. He's saying that he's going to join the ballot. And then tomorrow, Mike Pence is going to announce.
He's got no chance. It's a shock therapy guy.
Mike Pence is like scary if he becomes president. Like, I mean, like people thought Trump was racist. Like,
Dude,
Mike
when he
Mike
governor,
Pence is like a wasp, like a straight wasp.
yeah, he was trying to institute gay shock therapy, make that legal. Like you
Yeah,
just shock the gay with somebody.
shock the gay away.
Give him another one. Oh, yeah, still gay? Yeah. Okay, damn. Give him another one.
That's how I was saying. Like when people are like, you know, they're like, oh, we want to Trump or impeach Trump. It's like, well, you're not going to be. It's not like you're going to get to pick somebody new. Like you're going to get Pence, and I don't know if
Right.
that's better or worse. To be honest, like
Probably worse. It's just like Biden and Camilla. It's like,
exactly, yeah. Morning, James.
thought the debt ceiling deal would give the market more of a pump, but
It did. We're up like 200 points.
yeah, but we're down like 700 from the other day, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
you're talking about Bitcoin?
No, I'm talking about just the market in general.
No, that I mean, we're up like just from the 23rd, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trading days ago, from 41.15 to 42.90.
I guess I was wanting like a pump, you know. I mean, it was supposed to be really big news. But
Yeah, I don't think it was. Like, I mean, I think they tried to make it into really big news, but the smart people like us, we knew that it was just going to pass eventually, and it was really just fake news to drag the market down so they could buy it for cheaper. And you know what's funny is like when you're attached to the market or when you're an active market participant and you have friends and or family members or acquaintances, whatever, outside of that, you get the perspective of like the general public. Like I have a really tight group of friends, and a couple a while ago when they were like when the whole BRICS thing was first coming out and like making news, and like, yeah, these guys are all joined together. They're joining together. It's like newsflash: BRICS has been around for a minute. It's not new. Second,
right.
the dollar's not going anywhere, so don't worry about it. But like my friends were like, bro, dollar's fucking gonna be gone, like blah blah blah. And I'm like, you know, if the dollar goes, like the world goes. So, like, the dollar going shouldn't be a worry of yours. You know, if the dollar goes, there's going to be a lot more problems.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but
it's
rounding up bullets and food.
exactly, exactly. It's not going to be a, oh well, dollar's gone, so guess we'll
Yeah.
switch to yen. It's like no, more like switch to like farming and if the dollar goes, we're switching over to that CBDC. So
Yeah, which they are pushing.
yeah, there's
In
more.
fact,
There was more meetings about it this week.
Yeah, in fact, they even started a program in UK doing a universal basic income using CBDCs. So, because that's what it is. It's problem, reaction, solution, and you know they'll cause all these issues to where CBDCs are going to save the day. So they'll get us begging for them. Yes, we need them. Please give us CBDCs.
Well, because you got to think about the thing. The way that I look at it is like the people that complain the most, or the people that let's look at it at a different perspective. The people that leave reviews are the people that didn't have a good experience for the most part. Some people leave great reviews. Some people are review leavers, and they're like, if they have a great experience, they jump online, leave a review. But most of the people, they're like, motherfucker, I'm leaving this guy a shit review. I had a terrible time, and they get on, and they leave a bad review. So in society, it's the same way. And so what the government's hearing, because most of the people that are just like, you know what, it's not that bad. Like life could be worse. They're not out there protesting. They're not out there doing things. It's all the people that they they are not having the experience that they feel like they deserve, that they should have. And so an easy way to get control is to take the money from the people that are just because they're the same people. They're the same. It's the same playing field, right? Like it's the middle class, right? And then there's like, ranges of the middle class, but they take the money from the middle class and give it to the people at the lower range of the middle class, because they don't want to give it to the poor people, because they want to keep those poor people poor. So they give it to the lower range of the middle class to balance it out, but it balances out at a lower balance, which turns it into the lower class. And then everyone's poor and everyone's kind of needing that government assistance. And so they maintain control like that. And so they encourage things like that, like, oh yeah, get out there and protest for this basic income. And it's like, the people that are out there protesting are the people that are my age, like the millennials, and then whatever's after me. I can't remember what it's called. I don't know what the fucking things are called, but they're, a lot of people are complaining that the baby boomers and Gen Z, that's it, and the whatever class my dad is a part of, that they ruined it, and they made it so I don't have a chance. And instead of like deciding, well, let me dig my boots into the ground and fucking pound some hammers, or mine some coal, or fucking work at a steel factory, or do some bricklaying, I'm just gonna bitch until somebody just gives me what I want. And it's like, and the government's like, perfect. That's exactly what we wanted you to do. And it's just crazy to me, like a universal basic income. Like instead of putting regulations, like, because how much money does somebody need? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't need to be that expensive. If you're the CEO of a company and you're making $100 million a year, $10 million a year, even, it's like, how much do you actually need, right? When we're talking about human life, necessity. So instead of changing something like that, my dad, he's 55. His birthday's coming up.
Baby boomer.
Um,
Just kidding.
but like, instead of changing something like that, like making like, regulations on how much one person needs, they're like, no. We'll just make it. And what does it do? Because some people are go-getters, right? Not everybody though. Like we talked about, like motivation only is going to take you so far. It's discipline that's actually going to achieve things, right? Disciplined people. Motivation, you can be motivated all you want, right? Like you could speak everything into existence. It's not going to do shit unless you actually have the discipline to act on this. And so if you assume, and you can assume, that most people are worthless, and this is something that I tell my kids all the time, most people are worthless, they're not going to be like, well, I don't want that free money, even though it's attached to something. Right? They're like, hey, yeah, take this blanket. I promise that you won't get sores. Or whatever. Was it smallpox? What did we give to the Native Americans?
Smallpox.
Like, smallpox? Yeah. When I say we, I mean just like old English people, so like Tommy. Because I'm Irish, so.
Okay. So us, not you.
Not me. But like, the people are the people, they like set up the struggle on purpose um, to make them just almost have no choice but to accept, and then it's really not in their best interest to not accept. But then it comes with the attachment, because then if you get off of, let's say, this universal basic income that they're talking about, they're gonna be like, well, you owe us that back. We helped you out, so now you're gonna have to pay it back in taxes. And then you're just like, well, fuck that. I'm just gonna stay on it then, because I don't have to do anything for it. And I mean, you guys seen Wall-E, right? Seen that movie before? Basically,
No,
it's like big time in the future. It's a cartoon. It's a kids movie, but like it's like big time in the future, and like most people are just like fucking 500 pounds, and they're in like a rolling chair, and they don't do shit except for like their chair takes them around. They sit by the pool, and they fucking they don't. They're just watching TV all the time. It's a pretty good movie. It's a kids movie, but it's good. They're trying it out. Denver's going to shit. It used to be a great city. Chicago, LA, and Oakland. Yeah. All cities that are shit for the most part. Oakland used to be nice too.
I mean, I do believe there should be some kind of safety net, some kind of time period, maybe things that you have to pay into and then you get back, but just free money is just not. I mean, has it ever worked before?
Well, like that's the thing. Like the difference between calling universal basic income and communism different is just the name. Because it's the same. It's the same. Because if I give you a living wage, I control you. I might not call it communism because everyone's afraid of the word, but what kind of control do you have? And what kind of platform can you actually stand on? You don't have two legs to stand on when you like, oh well, this isn't fair. It's like, well, what's not fair? You're the only reason you're even here is because the government pays for all your shit. So what are you complaining about the government for?
Communism means community in Russia. That's in.
Well,
they've bastardized the word, but it was equal. What's the word? Starting off. Every got the same amount to start with. It's not.
As a theory,
because you can have billionaires in a communist country,
right?
So it's not equal results. It's just everybody gets to start off with a certain piece of land or whatever. I don't know about if basic income was included in that, but I guess it could be.
Well, I mean, as a theory, if humans weren't naturally easily able to be corrupted, then communism would actually work, because you would have like basically a base income. You could work from there and build yourself up if you wanted to. And the people that didn't would just, they'd work just the regular whatever forever.
Because you know it right there, and it's corruption that fucks communism up.
Exactly. Yeah. If you really read about it, that's exactly what it is. And the thing is there's no history of lack of corruption. And so like that's why it won't work, because people are always going to get corrupted. And so it's just not a possibility.
You always hear everybody saying that socialism has never worked in history, and that's not true. It's just been destroyed every time because they don't want it to work, because then it would catch on. But Venezuela in the 70s had the biggest market. It was a stronger market than the U.S. dollar, and that's why we had to destroy it. But they had socialized their oil. It had their oil pay for all their schools and hospitals and roads and bridges and all that, instead of people paying it with their taxes, and then of course the U.S. went in there and OPEC and destroyed them, but in the 70s, that's where all the movie stars and stuff went to, is Venezuela, with all the beaches and all that stuff. It was a richer country than the U.S. And Because they kind of got socialism going in Alaska, where they pay, you know, the oil companies have to pay the citizens, you know, so
Yeah,
much.
you make money if
you
you're a
know,
citizen of the state. Yeah.
because that's how it should be. I mean, the oil that's under the ground should belong to people, should belong to us, not corporations that then sell it back to us.
For fucking $12 billion profit per quarter.
And then we still subsidize them. We still give them tax breaks and stuff, even though they're making all the money in the world.
Well, just like all these other companies. Most of the bigger American companies wouldn't be as big as they are without all of the subsidies that's given by the US government.
Well, I sent you or posted a thing where it showed every company that we give money to. Do you remember? Did you look at that?
Yeah, I did.
It was straight insane. I mean, pages and pages and pages of money we just give companies, not people, you know, not teachers and firemen, you know.
And that's the thing is like most of that money, so let's say we're a corporation of 20 people and the government gives us money and I'm the CEO. It's not like this money gets distributed equally or even percentage equally throughout the company. It's like, well, I'm the CEO, so I'm going to take my 20% off the top. And then I have all these junior vice presidents and they're going to take another 20% off the top.
That's actually a great idea. What you're saying. So it's, you know, whenever we subsidize a company, that money has to go straight to payroll and can only be used for that. So it has to go right to the people, and that can save the company money that way. But at least it goes right to the people. That's actually not a bad idea.
But that's the thing is that's what does happen. It does go to the people, but the thing is doesn't get distributed evenly.
Right.
It gets distributed towards the top mostly. And so like
right.
the lower 60% of the company has to share 60% of the total money because 40% of that money is already gone for the top 20% of the company. Because of my title, I need more than you do. Because I need to have I need to do this and that. It's like Jesus.
Well, it's like when we were bailing out those banks that were too big to fail. Those CEOs were still taking their $100 million bonuses. Even though their bank's failing, they're still taking bonuses. You know, right from our, you know, taxpayer money.
Only one person went to jail in 2008 or 2009.
Somebody went to jail? Who was that?
I forget what his name was, but it was just one person.
God.
That's
that guy must have pissed somebody. Jeez.
No, he probably didn't. They're like, hey, man, you know, like you don't have a wife and kids, so you're going to have to take this one.
He was probably a freaking whistleblower.
Probably. He probably was. That would make sense.
You know, as part of this UFO thing that's coming out next month with that Stephen Greer, he was saying that there's over 100, I think he said 100,000 people or 10,000 people that the government's paid over $1 million to, over $10 million to keep them quiet, which is crazy.
Is 130 a possible target for Google? Like 127 calls for this Friday. Yeah, let's take a peek at them. I'm going to go out to lunch here pretty soon. Well, it's my wife's last day off work, so.
What, she get a vacation?
Oh, no, she was off for, because she had that surgery.
Oh, that's right.
Let's see what we're working with on Google. You said 120, 130. 130, yeah, that's right below that gap. And you said by Friday, 127 calls. See where our gamma's at. Gamma's stacked like at the market.
That's what you're looking at here. Or explain it.
So we're going to look at this 127 call. This is that Google 127 call. You can ignore the moving averages, and you can kind of ignore this as well. This is just theoretical option price. But you got them for $1, so you're doing good. Nice trade there. We're looking back on Monday, the 22nd. They were worth 284. Let's switch back to red. We'll go Monday, the 22nd. So up here, on this move up, they were actually worth 284. Now we broke the high by like a tick, I think. Or by 2 ticks, actually, it looks like. Hey, you're looking pretty good. I mean, you might get a move back down into this like 130 area if Google comes back down, but that should be support, and that should still be in the money. So you won't get necessarily a big theta decrease because they're in the money. So you should be okay there. And then you've got a little bit of resistance here at this 128.71. That's kind of where my target was at for Google. But that 130 area is right below this gap. So even if we blow past this 128, you'd probably even shoot up to 132. Now, is it going to be happening by Friday? It's Tuesday now. That's a tough one. But I mean, it's looking strong, and it's breaking out of this balance here. Google is. You can kind of see here. So it's breaking out of that balance. I think it needs to get over this 128. And this well, it's a retracement. It is a Fibonacci, but if we go back to the daily here, you can see I'm just looking at from like the most recent swing high to the Google swing low. And that's just like 75% back. We've got like 25, 50, 75, 100. And they've still got 2 gaps below, same as the market here. Well, this is more of like a weak low, but it's still looking pretty strong there, up about 1.4 today. So yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. I think if we start to see like overall weakness, like if you start to see the market get below that 68 level, then you might want to just dump them, because as the days go on, they're going to get killed by theta as they get out of the money. So if Google gets below that 127 mark, you've got to be kind of willing to cut them. Yeah, we took that high by like 2 ticks here and put in that another poor high. Yeah, of course. Steve, are you still holding that long? All right, John. Catch you later. Nice, still holding. Yeah. Yeah, we'd like to see this thing pop above this 90 and really confirm. You're starting to see some volume come in here around this 86, 87, and that's kind of in this no man's land. We see this kind of weak volume here. I'd like to see it a little bit more, either a little bit higher. We saw the volume continue to move up, and we traded below it, so we'd like to see it just get back above that 90, honestly. This B high is like 85. As long as it stays above 83, I think it's okay. Once it starts to get an offer below 83, there's room for slippage down to like the 78, 75 area. Tech's starting to firm up too. Apple caught a nice bounce. Microsoft caught a nice bounce as well. Still a little bit lower here, and still in the red, but firming up decently. VIX is down a pretty decent amount, 4%. This is down at 14, 14.28. Tesla's up 2% again today. Looking pretty strong. Old Gringo, what's up, my man? How long do you guys stream? Typically, I'll leave the stream on all day now. We used to kind of call it around like noon or so, but we just leave it on. Not always commentary, but only just leave it on and people chime in when they want. So like 4 p.m. Eastern. And we do a little market recap, a little what are we expecting for tomorrow, and then we go to jiu-jitsu and fucking fight.
Should pull up the ETH chart and see what you think. You know, they thought that because they were releasing the tokens that were staked, that it was going to cause everybody to sell off, but it actually did the opposite and caused people to start staking. And so it's actually, except for the last few days, it's actually doing good for a while.
Yeah, it just keeps that 1900 level just keeps being this resistance, and like 1900 really to like 2100 is the kind of the key area that market really hasn't been able to break above in a long while. You're seeing, like, especially as we zoom out, more or less is this pullback kind of a retest of balance here.
For sure.
See all the volume, right? You get like this big balance zone. We pop up, check back the top of balance, check back up, and run into supply here. So right around that 1900 level, still acting as supply, and you see all these point of controls lining up. So I'm gonna assume that this is actually a pretty decent supply here. Low volume area, so this liquidation most likely.
It's been
What's
doing
that?
it for a while. Same on the left side earlier. Been doing it for a while, that 1900 area.
Yeah. Yeah, and just a little bit of short covering brought it back down to reality the very next day. But then it got accepted back into this distribution here and traded the low of that distribution right down to that 177 or 1777. But has now come back into the distribution. So really, you're looking for this thing to get just back above this high volume node, which is about 1850. 1850, and then maybe a little bit of resistance because we got this VPOC here, 1868, but 1880, that low volume area will really kind of be the determining factor. You're seeing, like, right here, supply and demand are pretty much evenly based. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially if volatility starts to increase, that you test both sides of this distribution. Especially with how much overhead inventory there is. But if it does come back down, like let's say we get this rejection here off this 1850, and we come back down, get back under the 1800 again, we don't see an increase in volume moving lower, then the chances are that there's no supply moving down, and you'd want to see that volume increase would come in here. So if we get back below this, and then this 1820 starts to hold as resistance, and you see a volume increase, then we'd probably be coming back down to 1717 has been a pretty key level. But if we don't see that, you don't see a big volume increase, we probably pop back above it, and then we'll be targeting that 1900 again. But right now you're kind of in the middle of that distribution, so all the trades should just mostly be tighter trades.
Sure.
Yeah. But as you come back down to this low or back up to this high, you definitely have a lot more opportunity and more leeway there.
I mean, even though it's ranging, it's a fairly big range. I mean, it's a tradable range.
Yeah. There's definitely opportunity in it. And you're getting a bullish divergence here on the CVD. And you know how much I love these. So we're getting the lower highs here. You get the lower highs here, but we're getting a lower low here, but we're getting a higher high here. Well, that's a bullish divergence.
What is that chart on the bottom?
The CVD.
CVD.
Cumulative volume delta. I don't pay attention to it intra-candle, but like on a bigger scale is where I like it. And so basically you're seeing, what this is telling us is that more sellers entered the market on the liquidation. Momentum-wise, we're able to push it lower as far as how many sellers entered the market, but they weren't able to push price lower. So
it's a strong signal.
So yeah, so mostly saying that this move lower was more or less off of liquidation than it was new money selling or strong money selling, at least in my opinion.
And XRP is kind of the same story. Oh, go ahead.
What's that?
I was going to say XRP is kind of the same story where it's just kind of ranging. But what were you going to say?
The only thing right now that's kind of making crypto such a hot topic or such a tough buy is because Gary Gensler is trying to fucking drive crypto into the ground by investigating all these crypto firms in the United States. It makes it a lot harder for people to trade crypto. Yeah. Or even just get crypto. Yeah.
I mean, crypto's already hard enough to, get into and figure out how to do a wallet and all that kind of stuff. And then you hear, FUD. It's like, well, I'll just wait.
Exactly. People are like, well, fuck it. I'm not doing it.
S&P's going up. I'll just take that.
Yeah. How do I trade the ES? You only have. I trade using the TPO and order flow. So the market profile and order flow. Like I said, I don't monitor this candle chart at all. I'm not a candle chart trader. And so my trigger chart is basically where I have my zones, and I trade based off of distributions and value, and then we use key nuances within the market profile to in order flow to help us get quality entries.
Give that
But,
age.
and then the internals are a big factor of kind of the trend, and how I monitor the trend is the internals for the most part. So I don't use like a lot of moving averages or I RSI or things. Fibonacci's, yeah. Like I don't use that kind of stuff. I don't think it's well, not I know it's lagging, right? That's just a fact. But it's not, for me, conducive to the way that I view the market. My trades are a lot more patient when it comes to the ES. I wait for the setup to come. Setup comes, I execute, and I stay firm to my trades.
Well, the biggest thing is that you're in and out. You're not holding trades for weeks, days.
Yeah, not most times, no. But yeah, Russ, if you're in the Discord, I think I sent you the link. I have some older bootcamp videos that we did when we first started this that will give you the basics. Of course, no course is going to teach you how to be a good trader. It's really up to you, because it's not just going to be take a course and then all of a sudden you're going to be good at trading. It's just not that easy. But it will give you, the right set that you need, like at least the right path. And then, it's up to you to continue to walk down the path. Like I always say, that, I can only show you the door. You have to walk through it. Morpheus. If you go in the Discord and scroll down a ways, and it says Zoom recordings, and you'll see like TPO bootcamp. They're all in there. And if you can't find them, just send me a message with your Discord name, because maybe you just don't have access. Because people join the Discord, and I don't like I mean, I'm not tracking every single person that joins the Discord. Like I said, I run this by myself, so sometimes I don't update them to be like a real person.
There's a little arrow. You got to hit that tiny little arrow that you can't even see, that opens up the the list. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I can't find sometimes. I can't find something toys.
But I mean, what I would recommend, like just starting off, is buy um, both of Jim Dalton's books, or they're actually in the Discord as well, and they're pinned messages under general chat, and read them, then read them again, and then watch the market on the profile, and then read them again, and then continue to grow. You never really can get comfortable and just assume that you know what's going to happen, because it's just never the case. Nobody ever really knows exactly what's going to happen. So, and if they tell you they do, oh, my dad made it to Texas. Nice. Oh, they're going to stop in Amarillo? That's where my buddy lives, in Amarillo. But yeah, you guys have a good one. I'm gonna go grab some lunch. Remember the key that we're still watching is this D low. Failure to break this D low, even on a pushback down, is just letting us know that we still have trap shorts down here, and short time frame buyers are maintaining control. We are starting to see the volume fill in up here, which is what we wanted, right? We wanted to see acceptance over this Globex high. The key level that the market really needs to get above to kind of spook the rest of these shorts out is going to be this 95, 96-ish area. Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Brad.
So this is what I was talking about, Tommy. You go to like your DOM, and if you wanted to trade the MES through your DOM, just click chart and then click chart settings, and then go to symbol, and then you'll add the MES right here. And then when it says use as trade symbol only, click yes. And so that way, and then you just click OK. And that way you'll still get the ES data, but when you click, you'll be trading the MES.
Okay, cool. Let me just try and get that done.
Yeah, that way you don't have to have two DOMs open because
Oh,
it'll just be
oh, sorry, I missed the setting. Was it just underneath?
symbol.
You just changed the symbol, or do you add?
Add it. So like it'll say symbol, and then you have the ES on there, and then the trade and current quote symbol. Change this one to the MES under here. Just make sure you click the right contract, like this, the June contract, and then you'll apply it, and then also just make sure that it says use as trade only symbol as yes. That way you'll still get the ES data coming through here, but you'll have, when you trade, it'll trade on the MES.
All right, cool. But man, thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, the only thing that you'll notice, because sometimes the MES, like it's not an exact match. Like sometimes the MES trades a tick higher than the ES, or sometimes it doesn't trade the high tick. Like, so you might not
Yeah,
like.
it's out here and there, but not by a lot.
But yeah, for the most part, it's pretty much the same though. Yeah. Yeah, the MES is less liquid for sure. I don't run the CVD on the ES. I don't like I don't monitor delta on the ES. Only reason I like that CVD on crypto is because it's a lot less, there's a lot less volume. But like on something that has so much volume, um I don't think it's manipulated. I think like you'll have a day where you trade up all day, but the cumulative delta is negative. You know, it's like that's stupid. You have proof charts. What's that? A pretty tight range here. Yeah, it seems like every time the market comes down, I mean, really, this seems like a P shape, big time, right? We got stem of our P and then short covering. So like every time it comes down, there's no supply. Even this D high was mechanical, and you get short covering every time, which is telling us that most of the moves up today were off of short covering. So not really any buyers either. And then another poor high at the high, continuing to tell us that there's not new buyers in the market as well. So not really anybody selling and not really anybody buying. I gotta head out again. So how many MES contracts would you trade if your capital was 50K? Are you talking about like those funded accounts, Russ? Because if you're talking about those funded accounts, like it might say 50K, but really, in reality, it's like whatever your drawdown is. And so, like what I say is like you could typically for every $500 that you have, you trade one MES contract, right? And then once you get to $5,000, then you trade one ES contract. So if let's say if you're trading a 50K account and your drawdown's $2,500, then you could trade around five MES contracts at a time, and that's a pretty good, um, that's a pretty decent amount, I think. And you can make some money with MES. You know, there's no need to be in like a huge rush to be on the ES. Uh, it's going to be a lot easier to be on the ES when your bankroll is a lot bigger and you're not really worried about, um, you know, not really worried too much about the drawdown. Yeah, 5 MES. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like it depends what your drawdown is, but I would say like one MES contract per $500 in your account. All right, but I gotta head out. I gotta go to the urgent care. I got some fucking shit going on my shoulder or something. So
From the bike, or
I don't know what it is. It's like this like big circle on like the back of my shoulder. I just noticed it yesterday. I don't know if it's like a burn or what, but I just want to go get it checked out and make sure it's not like,
yeah,
A
something you
circle
don't.
in your skin,
yeah, make sure it's not like
like red.
psoriasis or some shit. Yeah, it's red. And it
Oh,
doesn't
weird.
look like, I was thinking like maybe ringworm because of jujitsu, but it doesn't look like ringworm. And I've seen ringworm a bunch in the army, and it doesn't look like that. So I don't know what it is. With 5 MES, it's not easy to hit a 6% target in 1 month. What's 6% of what? Six percent of 50K?
This guy is trying to have or create 6% cash flow per month.
That's only $3,000. You could make $3,000 trading 5 MES
Oh, that's
contracts in a
true.
month easy.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you could do that in a week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
That is very true.
Yeah, that's only $150 a day. You figure $3,000 divided by 20 days, 20 trading days in a month, right? Yeah, that's only
Yeah. Oh
that's
yeah.
only $150 a day on the
For sure.
MES. That's
Yeah,
definitely doable, especially trading 5 contracts.
yeah, it would be like 5 points with 5 contracts.
Yeah.
It would be like 125, so close enough.
Thinks it's going to make it to 85. Hey, how was work today, Tommy?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad. I've got a bit more time now this week, so it's a bit more chilled out. So hopefully I should be able to trade most of the week.
That's nice. That'll come in
Yeah.
handy.
Yeah, I didn't trade. I think it was 10 trade or 8 trading days or something, and it feels like fucking forever when you're working and you don't trade.
Oh man, that's one of the things that I struggle with is some days when I'm just like really focused on work or I've got bot is in a trade because I try not to trade when the bot is in. And man, it really throws me when I get back and I'm all of a sudden I'm trading and I'm like, I'll get into a trade and I'm like, why the fuck did I just do that?
Yeah, you feel a little bit rusty when you have a bit of
That's
time off.
the freaking worst. And then you're just like not able to really, I mean, like you get into a trade and you're like, now what am I supposed to do? How is this? How do I do this again?
Yeah,
I mean, not,
it's down to like routine, right? Because
yeah,
you come off your routine, you just things that you normally do like without thinking just take a little longer. Like just noticing things, and just double checking everything and stuff like that. You're just a little bit slower with it.
did Brad go?
I'm not
No,
sure if
I'm
he
still
went.
here. I'm still
No.
here. I'm about to leave here in a second.
So what do you think, Brad? Where do you think we're headed?
Um,
In between A and F.
yeah, I mean, it kind of seems like we're getting some more short covering here. So if we get above that 85 again, then we'll probably short cover back up to this 87, and that seems like where the resistance has been, is this 87. Nasdaq still, I mean, Nasdaq doesn't look strong, but the breadth looks strong. You're getting a lot of smaller stocks in the Nasdaq coming up. Yeah, you don't trade profit every day, but really, I mean, like, goaling yourself to make sure you make 6% in a month is just kind of the wrong way to go about it. Like, I know you're doing it for the challenge and everything, but honestly, if you're just focused on trading the right way, that kind of stuff will just come.
Yep.
Um,
And
it,
learn like precept upon precept, like the small incremental stuff.
right. I mean, you could leverage up and trade the ES and then just get your 3 points a day. But then what happens on a day where you don't get those 3 points? Then you got to trade more, got to leverage up, right, to make sure you make it by the month. To me, it just seems like the process is a lot more important than making that 6% a month in a month. And it's not like every day, like, if you trade the MES with 5 lots, some days you're going to have, 70 points. Some days you're going to have your 25 or 30 points to make the 150. Some days you're going to have double that. Some days you're going to have triple that. Some days you're going to lose, right? Like,
And it's hard to have the runner with just the one ES contract. Don't give yourself enough
Oh
space
yeah.
on the trade.
exactly.
I honestly learning the process has been invaluable. I mean, because I started off with, I don't know, I don't remember what I was doing initially, but it was like 3 to 5 MES contracts, and of course it was always a crapshoot of whether or not I was going to make money.
Could you
And
just show me? Sorry, could you just show me that setting one more time, bro? Just before you go, when you fucking got all things like on the screen, like always on top, so I couldn't fucking get your screen off in time.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, so you just put the one underneath, so you put MES in there, yeah. And then what
Yeah.
about that trade only as symbol? Do I leave that on yes?
Yeah, put on yes. Yeah.
All right, cool, top man, thank you.
No problem.
I think the cool part about learning the process though is if you start off and you just start to decide how to do the trading, um,
All right. Back.
We're in the final stretch of power hour.
Yeah, another set of Brad prints here. So kind of failure to retrace through any of these levels is really just kind of indicative of short covering. And then, we got this kind of weak high here, or poor high / weak high. So seems like that would be the likely target.
That's what it feels like. Is it is looking to pop the top.
I'm surprised healthcare never turned around, really. You see it turning around a little bit now. It was down 129, around 1300, and it's up 129.55 right now. Hey, buddy. Oh, it's cool.
There was a fight again at the end.
Oh, yeah. Is that Adriana again? Bad news.
Adriana again.
Which one's Elise?
She switched to Oh. This
It's crazy here. There's like all this smoke. They're saying it's coming from some fire in Canada. Smoke up. Seems kind of crazy. It's this smoky. a little liquidation there and then pop right back
Yep.
up.
Yeah. That liquidation caught me.
Were you
Couldn't
long?
move my stop. Yeah, I couldn't move my stop fast enough. Well, I was in it for a while, and then I was my stop was too tight, and then it stopped me out. I mean, way in profit. I think it was like 3.5 points in profit across, I think 4, 5 contracts. I don't remember how many contracts. But then I got back in, and I thought, oh, okay, I'm going to be fine. But I kept my stop tight because I didn't want to like lose what I had gained. And so it dropped, and I was far enough back the first time, and I was like, okay, I'm going to follow this thing up. And then I followed it up the second time, and it fucking nailed me. I was like, damn it. But I mean, I was seeing it still taking the top, which I still think we're going to do. I probably should have just jumped back in, but I didn't want to take a chance on just being emotional trading, which we all know I struggle with. So I got back in Sim, and you know, Sim does freaking amazing whenever I play. Freaking Sim. And the Sim trade is now 4 points up. So
Yeah, if we pop the top here, I mean, there's only 15 minutes left, but we probably try to trade towards that 98 level. I don't know if they're going to be able to find the steam really. Like I said, it's mostly just short covering, so it would take some new buyers here or an extravagant amount of trapped shorts. Which there is a pretty decent amount of shorts that got trapped down at that 86, but to kind of pop this top.
yeah, I got stopped out at 87. So if I had carried it up, I would have been able to get 90, which is what I was targeting. But my stop got hit. Freaking liquidations. Yeah, that was all my stop was what hit. Do the tick. Are we at the VPOC? Is it VPOC like right there at 90, 89, 3/4?
The VPOC? Yeah, it's right here at
Yeah.
290. Yeah. I think it just went
Dang.
up. Really narrow range this week, too.
Yep.
Three-day. 4090. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much. And you can really see the distribution here, like the distribution low, basically sitting kind of around this like 70 area. If we were to zoom this out a little bit, you can see if we kind of just smash all these. You can really see like accumulation down here. I mean, if we were to combine all of these two, you'd get all this volume down here, that accumulation, get some distribution here, probably some more accumulation with the combination of weak spots in the profile typically indicates trap shorts, and then imbalance, and then the market's basically balancing for these 3 days with a real kind of 45-ish degree angle starting to form here off of this low, and kind of right off of that volume nodule here for this upper distribution. There are like 3 key distributions here. Oh shit. And then really like a 3-day balance for the most part up here. Which is typical, we get imbalance and then balance and then back to imbalance and back to balance is how the market moves. So what we are looking for, and as you're seeing the market get close to this high now, is really a hold above this volume, which is that 90. Like we said today, I like that 93, 95 area. That would be more confirmation to get back up and kind of fix this previous poor high. We fixed that poor low, got a little bit of excess on the low here. So it'd be nice to kind of shore up the structure and fix that poor high as well. And if the market can head above that 95 in the Globex session and hold, then that's probably going to be that target, that 43.05. And there's the selling.
Dang. That was fast.
Yeah, just a pure liquidation down right there.
Well, I'm
We're
glad
seeing
I
some
didn't,
selling try to come in around this 91 here.
didn't get into real. At least my take profit was in profit.
Bunch of momentum shorts just got trapped right there from like 91 to 92. Only got about 3 minutes left, so it's not really worth trying to play off of it. So, I mean, since we've got 2 minutes left here, let's just go ahead and start doing our review. So we end the day so far, and most likely with a spike to the upside here, showing that these prices are trying to at least explore higher. And so tomorrow, going into tomorrow, what we'll do is we'll use this 91 and then to the high of 94 as kind of our flip zone. So that makes it nice and easy, you know, spike, because it makes things a little bit easier instead of trying to have to decipher a day like yesterday where you got a poor high and a poor low and a bunch of weak spots throughout the profile. That's not really helpful for us. But when we end the day with a spike to the upside, we can take this 91 to 94 and use it as either resistance if we're below it, or if it's above, we can use it as support. And so that's pretty much my plan going into tomorrow. We show acceptance above that 94, and I kind of expect the market to hold up and trade that H high, which is that 43.0575. And if it's not able to, then we kind of expect it to act as resistance, and then we'll start looking back towards the low of that previous distribution, and that's sitting right around 68 here. So that would be acceptance below this 90 here would, take us down to that 80, and then really that 68 being the low part of that distribution. We did have a cessation of one time framing today, right? We opened up and then just basically puked them right away, and then rebounded really nicely, started one time framing up, and then balanced for the rest of the day. We have value overlapping to lower. So that's definitely something to note. You're getting a little bit of change there, but on the bigger scale, you're really just in a balance. And so that's really the key takeaway, is that we're just balancing here, right? You can call it a 3-day balance if you don't like this day here. But in reality, and just like we talked about on Friday, when we get this intraday balance, A and B, we go to imbalance. You really want to break these profiles up. And so now as we break the profile off in C period, you can kind of see the balance here. Fortunately, I can't get rid of, actually I can. Settings, session times. Loading. Oops. And so if we combine this little 3-day balance here, we can really kind of see a fairly balanced profile. Excess on the low. We have a poor high showing, kind of an indication buyers aren't really willing to step up. We're trading basically right at the center. So you're really, necessarily kind of looking for fades along this top edge. You're looking to kind of buy this lower edge until you see trading through it. Remember talking about the high of this balance, it really just kind of looks like buyers aren't stepping up and you're getting a liquidation, right? If you look at this, it just looks like a big B shape with excess on the low. But yeah, so the first rule of balance, right, is if you break a balance high or a balance low, you want to go with any breakout of balance and monitor for continuation. If you don't get the continuation, then you can immediately reverse your position. Probably one of the only times you'll ever hear me say to reverse a position is during balance rules. And then that would be failure to accept in a lower distribution or failure to increase up into an upper distribution, and then you would be looking for that reversion to mean, which is right now the 90. Yeah, other than that, that is going to conclude our day. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I will see you guys mañana.